Hello, 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 everybody. Out there in internet land. I hope you are all having a wonderful Monday. Yo. Whoa. Oh, that's cool. Yep, now I get to see the actual, you are the first, the founder. Thanks for the sub, Opera Soria. Sorry. I figured I'd do it when no one else was here, so. First 10 get those, I know. I just know you don't like your call-outs. You do it specifically when people are off stream, so I was like, oh, that's for you. Alright, yeah, so first 10. I do not, I do not like the attention. Don't, what's the, that's where I feel like I need the, except for when I do. I need all the attention, and then you're like, yeah, it's like a cat. Actually, I need the attention, but I don't want any of the attention at all. Yeah. Oh, alright. Instead of making this a new project research stream, I could have just made this a meta Twitch stream, where it's like me figuring out how to do all the new shit I have to learn how to do in Twitch. You know. Attention, please, but don't speak to me, touch me, or look at me. You are literally an actor. You're like, there's so many actors that are like that, where they like have to cover up mirrors because they can't stand people looking at them. You know, don't look at me, don't talk to me, or don't talk to me, don't look at, you know, touch me. You probably shouldn't be touching talent ever. There's really no reason to, unless that's your job. You know, like makeup or something, but just don't touch the talent. But looking at them, I think, is always funny when they're just like, don't look at me. There is a world where I do understand, oh, that vanilla shit is actually really good. If it's just vanilla and no sweetener, that's really delicious. Oh my god, am I developing like a fancy boy coffee taste? My god. Oh no. Oh dear. Alright, let's see. Everything looks good. Yeah, it's just vanilla. Yeah, I think it's because I really like vanilla. I'm a sucker for vanilla, so. Oh boy. Alright. Oh, I was gonna be like, you let me know how the ads are going. But you can't because you subscribed, so you have no idea. No clue. No clue. No clue how that world works anymore. I cannot. That's fine. I think I have like pre-roll on. I guess that assumes. Is this a sub channel only? Okay, I'm still learning. There's like a whole new docket of things that I probably can put these on my little thingy. Oh yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting you have the Twitch Turbo nonsense. Yes, the Twitch, the YouTube pay for Twitch / pay for YouTube thing. Okay. So let's see, 60-second ads. Okay, so I guess I can just click the ad thing and just and start one. Well, it's fine. We'll start off the stream with me because there's now a whole bunch of things that I can press that I should probably put on my stream deck at some point, but we'll get to that point. There's just, oh my god, there's so many things now. All the things. That I still have for now. I think I can too. Oh, oh wow. Really? You have that? Oh, well, I guess if you have access to the account, you would. That makes sense. Alright. Let's see. I needed to edit the stream info, so I had to update all that. There's clips, there's raid. Okay, that's all normal. Everything's normal. Latest followers. I'll probably have to update. Oh, you're an editor. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay. So not through mod view, but yeah, I can access the buttons you have on your stream manager. Gotcha. Okay, cool. At some point I'll have to get a new little like icon for the channel points thing too. Now that that's a thing. Yeah, because I was like, I think Coffee has like her little like, it's like a little pig, it's an adorable little pig, so something similar to that. Usually, yeah, and come up with a name. Yeah, there's all those things too. Yeah, I have a general. I spent the weekend, what little time I had, to vaguely come to terms with all this stuff. But I'll have to actually start like customizing and modifying this stuff. I'll probably do it on the kind of get like, although I actually kind of like the minimal. I don't need the overlay is fine the way the overlay is. It's color coded correctly and everything. So, oh boy. All right, what a wild way to finish last week. Getting the whole affiliate thing, now like having, like unlocking all this crazy stuff and finishing a script and having a birthday, which was fun, but like wild way to finish the week. There was a lot happening all at once. It was a busy, what was that, Friday? It was Thursday or Friday. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of stuff happening last stream, so. Oh, what the hell just happened there? Okay, there we go. But it's going to be a chill start. We're starting new projects. Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, I think I accidentally full framed whatever my window I had, so it did some crazy shit. There was some stuff happening. Yeah, it just made my face huge in my monitor, and I was like, oh god. That is the last thing I want, is seeing myself up close in a giant monitor. That's why that is why I could never be an actor, because imagine having to stare at yourself on a giant screen, examining every single weird little neurotic flaw you have. Even though it's actually like some of the stranger actors, like just having an interesting look is usually what they want. Obviously your presence on camera is important and all that stuff, but it's not always just about being like pretty or perfect. It's, you know, sometimes they want, you know, want people to look interesting. But I could not handle it. My ego, my vanity would die. I'm already a sensitive cat when it comes to trying to be a director. Nothing happened on stream. Okay, but you saw the color change? Yeah, because it just took over the whole monitor. This whole giant monitor just whoop. So, okay, all right. Well, we'll just go ahead and settle in, chat it up a little bit, talk about cool stuff before we get started. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Pre-roll ads are disabled for 32 minutes. Okay. So I guess that should mean that when people jump in, when people pop in, there should not be a pre-roll ad on them. If I'm understanding that correctly. The way the ad system is broken down on this is like, it hurts my brain. It's not clear, like the way that some of this stuff is. Yeah, you think so? That's my understanding of it. That's what, when I hear pre-roll ad, okay. When I hear pre-roll ad, that's what I imagine. That's what I think it's saying. Oh, actually, I forgot. I need to open the Discord as well. Yeah, hello! Hello, child. Hello, my screaming child. Alright. What time is it? 7:44? Alright. Hello. You're fine. Just settle. Get the Discord open. I'm gonna tag you in a GIF on my Discord, because every time you say I want attention but I don't want attention, I just imagine that Venture Brothers, when that one robot shows up and he's just like, ignore me, but he's like huge and just stomping around. That's what. Hello, you're fine. Let's see here. Oh, okay. You are pawing at my face. I just fed you. You're fine. Let's see here. Okay, alright. So we got the Discord up, just in case I need it. Bum, 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 bum. actually, this should be okay. Oh god, so many windows. There's so many windows open. All the windows. All the windows. It's just too much. Too much. Okay. Alright, well. I know, it's like, there's so many things open. Alright. Does it matter if I minimize Discord? It's not going to break anything, will it? Oh, I can't go any smaller than that. Alright. Okay. Well, how are you doing, Opresoria? How are you? Are you relaxing and playing games, or are you back at your programming? I know you were also drawing adorable penguins for the emotes. Or starting to draw adorable penguins for the emotes. So I know you're up to that too. You know, it doesn't have to always be a work along. You can also game along Opresoria. You don't have to work. Since you're always working. I'm still working on the penguin, but I'll probably switch it a bit. Okay. You should do a little bit of, like, gaming sprint. Relaxing sprint. Just, like, time your relaxation, because that'll help you relax, is putting it on a timer. All right. I'm also going to throw into the Discord. I'm also going to throw in. I found my buddy finally sent me the Nick Cave script for Gladiator 2 that Russell Crowe had him write after the first Gladiator movie, and it's insane. It is crazy. Just absolute bonkers of a script. And it's written by Nick Cave, which is always a blast to read. So it's, you know, the man is one of the greatest musicians to ever live and also a poet. So I'm very excited. But I'm going to throw that into the Discord so people can peruse to their leisure should they wish. I'm almost done with the inking, so I'll break from the penguin once that's good before I try and start to color. Okay, yep. Okay, but yeah, perfect. That's a great break. That's a great, like, you know, break point. So that's perfect. But yeah, I guess I should. Woo! Yeah. I'm gonna try to be. I know it's like mostly just me, but I'm gonna try to be pretty active in the Discord, just getting content in there, like, you know, reference material stuff, GIFs, things like that. I think for the weekend I was just like, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do a damn thing. So now I actually need to do it. Need to do it. All right, where are we at here? We're like 60 minutes. Actually, you know what? I think I am going to. The only references I can provide are GitHub repositories. I mean, that works. Yeah, there you go. That works. Those are perfect. Those are perfect. Ain't no problem there. All right. You know what? I am actually. Are they? I don't know. At this point, just put everything in there. Just do it. Just be like, here, look. This isn't writing or screenplaying. Here's program nonsense. Yeah, it is, like, it's mostly source code for projects. Just in case anybody's wanting to code. I don't know. There could be people that are interested in video game coding, for all I know. I have no clue. Alright, well. Oh yeah, I should probably have another. Oh, that's a picture. I don't want that. I should actually just have this open so I can reference it later. We just want. Let's go home. Don't need any of that crap. I don't want you playing. Got writers. There we go. So I can actually see all the people doing writing. There we go. So I have that up. All right. Okay, I'm going to actually, before we get started working on stuff tonight, I am actually going to use the restroom because I forgot to do that because of all the camera nonsense before we got on stream. So, and I also just realized I forgot to update the Discord with the streaming schedule, so, for this week. I love that Discord thinks I'm playing VS Code. It does, so it does weird things. Like, sometimes it'll be like playing, you know, I'm playing Google Chrome for whatever reason. I don't know why it does that, but it does that, so. I love playing with Ram Be Gone. I like that, Ram Be Gone. Would you like me to take and use up all your RAM? Please and thank you. I know I'm in the middle of playing Disco Elysium right now, and I'm specifically, now that if I'm moving over to write this horror western, I absolutely need to spend time sitting and watching. I'm doing like too much because I'm also doing my like Bergman marathon where I'm watching nothing but Bergman movies, but I need to sit down and watch some other western movies just to put me in the headspace. But I'm not gonna lie that there's not a part, there's an absolute part of me that's just like, God damn it, I want to play the new Zelda game now. It's like, because I didn't like Breath of the Wild, I wanted to play the new Zelda game because, you know, I heard it was good, and I didn't like the last one. Ghostly! Oh my goodness. Welcome. Welcome back. How are you? And, Metrum, hello. Welcome in. Welcome. My name's, Wylite, and we're going to be working on a new project. We actually finished the script last week, so we're going to be working on a new horror western film. Doing research and, just story spitballing. Ghostly, oh no. What's that mean? Are you having I am a screenwriter. I'm a writer and director. So, we are, let's go. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we are, that's what we do. That's what we do here. And eventually we'll be moving on from screenwriting to actually doing like script breakdowns and, you know, and hopefully, eventually, I'll be live streaming just on the set day by day of production on some short films, essentially like non-work stuff. Oh, well, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Feel free to talk about if you're a writer as well. I assume if you're a screenwriter, feel free to talk about what you work on and what kind of stuff you like to write. Ghostly! Oh no. So what's going on, Ghostly? You doing okay? I was gonna ask you how your wooing and your knowledge of the military ranks was helping you out, if you managed to absolutely woo the Jarhead, but or are you having how's the writing going as well, since I know you are literally the most, you have your dedication to your craft is inspiring. Mostly good? Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm a screenwriter. Oh, awesome. And a comic book writer. That is the two things I want to delve into is comic book writing as a side thing. I want to try to write some comic book scripts and video games. So that's cool that you do comic books. I'm still trying to figure that out. It's a whole different medium, but I love it. I'm a passionate, I have Alan Moore's How to Write a Comic Book, although I don't know how much more Alan Moore is actually going to help me here. My military knowledge is absolutely on point. I just didn't get to see him Sunday. Drag. Okay, well, hopefully you will get to see him next Sunday? One of the Sundays, maybe. That's great. On the bright side, though, congratulations, Ghostly, you graduated? Awesome. That is, did you get your bachelor's, I assume? Bachelor's degree? So if you did, congratulations and well done. It is a hard-fought win. No. Oh, you graduated, graduate high school? Or associates? Everybody in here is either a college teacher or a college student, so I assumed everybody here is in college. Ah, high school. Ah, well, now you are free to a much wider world. Well, congratulations, Ghostly. Congratulations on graduating high school. And I hope high school was a blast for you. I hope, now that you've graduated, you'll be able to look back fondly. I am a spring chicken. You are definitely a youngin', for sure. But you are indeed welcome, and also very, congrats. Oh yeah. Oh yes, those days at band camp. Yeah, exactly. All right. Oh yeah, let me drop in the Discord for our new followers in case they would like to drop over the Discord. It's a brand new Discord, so there's not a lot going on in there, but I do send scripts for reference and writing and also just shooting the shit. So feel free to join if you would like on the Discord, because I do put up stuff there from time to time. I'm trying to be more active in there as well. Yeah. I don't know. I was a drama kid, as we've already discussed, Ghostly. So I remember spending most of my time hanging out in my VW bus. I had a hippie van, and that's where that was my green room before I would go do stage shows when I acted. Wow. Yep. It unfortunately caught fire and exploded, but Mary Jane Mobile. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's true. Although I think that was more of like an 80s. Yeah, no, Mary Jane Mobile. That's it. But it was my dream car. I loved that car so much. Yeah, I know. It's just the 80s. It's minibus. It's like the 80s bus. It's fine. But I loved that car. But fond memories. Those are my fondest memories of high school. Was doing theater and hiding out. What a vibe. Yep. If you can imagine, I was a punk rock kid with a VW bus hippie van, and we would break into the school to play D&D on the roof. So we were delinquents, but we were the nerdiest of all possible delinquents. the least, the most, Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, we wanted to be hardcore, but we were just kind of like nerdy. You write a lot of horror. That's not a total surprise. 100%. Yeah, that's yep. we try to be bad. We try to be bad boys, but we're really not. We're just like, what do we do now that we broke into the school? I don't know, like play Dungeons and Dragons, I guess. But that van was awesome. It had 2 beds in it, a stove, a sink, and I took it camping all the time when I was in high school. I loved that car. That car was, I camped, if this will show you how old I am, well, you all know how old I am anyway, but I camped out in that van for Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. Yeah, because that was 2005 when that came out. So I camped out for a whole week in that car. And I remember we plugged in, because it had an electrical outlet on it. So we plugged it in to like a bunch of extension cords and wrapped it around to where the theater was. And we hooked up my Super Nintendo and played Super Star Wars and Super Empire Strikes Back. And I had an old TV with a VCR, and we used to watch old episodes of Doctor Who. And by the way, that was my license plate in Arizona, was Doctor Who. I actually had a Doctor Who license plate because no one knew what the hell Doctor Who was back then. They had no clue. And so my VW bus was a Doctor Who mobile, which I think was cool. Want to vandalize the principal's office? Nah, I want to play as an orc. Yep, Ghostly, you nailed it. 100%. Doctor Who was lit, yeah. I was like, when I grew up in high school, I was super into the Tom Baker and Sean Pertwee, so like specifically the 70s era Doctor Who, and all the stuff, the era Doctor Who that Douglas Adams wrote for, which are some of the best episodes of Doctor Who ever written. Were those, like, the City of the Dead and the Space Pirates, which has the most insane fight with, like, a robot parakeet and K9. It's insane. Anyway, could nerd out about Doctor Who for a while. Even though I haven't watched it in a long time, I kind of petered out on the revival, but there was some good stuff in the revival series, but I just haven't watched it in a few years. All right. Well, it is past 8 p.m., so we should probably get to work. So I usually do things as writing sprints, so we will be doing our sprints. So feel free to, if you're writing or working on a thing, feel free to write along, or if you're just resting and relaxing, feel free to do that. I am going to be researching and spitballing for this horror western I'm getting ready to start writing. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to put on our moody, spooky music that we always put on. If I can figure out what I'm doing. Ba-boom! There we go. All right. Let's bring that down. Let's go spooky with it. Oh, I gotta switch the thing. I feel personally attacked by the relaxing statement. That was a personal attack. I was targeting you. You were completely targeted in that because you need to relax. You have been working nonstop. Into the swells of fire we go. All right, everybody. Happy writing. I hope it is productive, and we will see you on the other side. All right, everybody. And away we go. Boo, boo. And there we go. One sprint down. I hope it was productive for everybody out there working along. One thumbs up for one successful sprint. Hope it was a good one. Boom shaka shaka. There you boom shakalaka. There you go. Ah, yes. I find research is both one of the most fun parts and also one of the most infuriating parts of trying to write a story. But that's because I put a lot of focus on my research. So it's where a lot of the ideas that I try to exploit come from. So it's also very intense because if you can't find good stuff in it, it always is like, oh no, there's no story here. This whole thing is a disaster. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Westerns are tricky. They're tricky things to do nowadays. Well, I'm flattered. Thank you, Ghostly. You inspire me with your almost pathological dedication to writing every day. Do not think that is a... I can't write it unless I make it all up. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I actually wish I could in some cases. I try to make up as much as I can, but I've, obviously, like, starting out writing, a lot of it comes from imitation, where you're imitating your favorite. So I used to write a lot of, like, Edgar Allan Poe inspired horror stories, H.P. Lovecraft inspired horror stories without the racism. Like, because that's what I read a lot when I was a kid. But for some reason, there's just, sometimes you find some crazy things if you're just researching stuff. Like, crazy stories, weird stuff off the beaten path that you can kind of, like, use to turn into your own thing. But, of course, your, like, epic road story, your road trip fantasy story, Ghostly, is something that I hope I get to read someday, because it sounds cool. And actually, on the picket line today, I was chatting with some other screenwriters, and there's actually a lot of people writing fantasy road movies right now, so I think you're tapping into something. You are tapping into some sort of... Everyone wants to do a kind of weird fantasy road movie, wild, surreal adventure. So, anyway, I just thought it made me think of you, because I knew you were writing that stuff, and a lot of the writers we were with we're talking... Your sixth sense, exactly. I get inspired by stuff all the time. I just can't research to save my life. It's hard. Research is hard. I'm not great at it. Coming from, like, coming from philosophy, I'm used to just, like, reading really pretentious dead people and having deep thoughts about the world that might not be as deep. But as I've gotten older and have been writing more, research has really helped. And, like, some of my favorite filmmakers, like Robert Eggers, when he did The Witch and The Lighthouse, he pulls so much from research, and he mines it for so much good, like, just beautiful, artistic, philosophical detail, thematics. I love it. No think, empty head, fingers type. You are just channeling a muse. You are the you're the writing version of the Oracle at Delphi. You're just communing with the celestial beings and just letting their energy flow through you as you just write. Eyes roll back in the head and you're just like, bah. I can see that. Someday it's gonna run out. Well, you're building yourself a good foundation. I do worry about you getting burnt out, though, but you are building a good foundation and something that you will always be able to fall back on, which is good. It's always good to be able to have something so foundational to you that you can fall back on, that can keep you going. Someday it's gonna run, and that's gonna be a sad day, but that's not today. It won't. I don't think it'll always run out. I think even if for whatever reason you get a hiccup, it's not running out. I think you're always going to be able to come back to it. But you're right. It is not today. And today you're going to get a lot done. I don't know. That's what I'm telling myself this week. That I'm trying not to have the person in the back of my head be like, you've got a lot to get done this week, so you better, like, pick it up there. Giddy up, cowboy. because you got a lot of time to make up, because I slept all weekend. So I got nothing done over the weekend. Yep, I can never unwrite, even if I wanted to. Yep, exactly. And you're building the skill set to be able to do it. So you'll be able to move on and be able to, you're always going to get better. And keep getting better and keep getting better. And then, even if you have to step away from it for a while for whatever reason, life, circumstances, who knows what comes up in the future, you'll always be able to fall back on it. After the kind of foundation you've built, you have far, far stronger of a foundation than I ever had. And I wrote enough that it's almost like falling back into a comfort space. A little bit. Just slowly falling back and remembering that, oh, right, I am kind of like a writer a little bit. Not all the time. Dude, my creative energy is vibing over in Paraguay. But I've been writing Paraguay. I've been writing journal entries for the past few days, and it's been lovely. Oh, good. That's great. That's fantastic. I've never been a great journal. Only the past year and a half have I really been able to keep up with the journaling, and it's done me so much good. So writing one stream of consciousness is one of the most freeing things. Yeah. Sometimes I've just gotten to the point where I can like kind of just let it go, and even if it's nonsense, you're just kind of like letting the flow happen. And it's fantastic. Keeps me. It also forces me to write longhand, which I think a lot better when I write longhand. I come from, I grew up writing longhand. So, I think for some reason, the way you start writing when you first started out is like the way it helps you kind of get past writer's block. Because there's something like I have to do both. I have to have like having a notebook in front of me and be able to type at the same time. But that's maybe because I kind of grew up in a split way where I wrote longhand for a long time, and then in high school and college was writing on a computer. So it's like I do both, but I can't give one up completely. Dude, half of it's so freaking stupid today has just been a rank of my dislike for gym picks. What? Okay. I didn't know I had these strong feelings. That's so cool. Yeah, that's just because I grew up in a transition period where kids didn't have, I grew up in school where computers, you had a computer lab. So I wrote longhand for everything, and then would write screenplays or stuff on my home computer at home. And then by the time I got to late high school and college, it was all your note-taking and writing on laptops all the time. So I grew up in that transition period in our culture, so I think it like clued in, so I have to do both creatively. I'm very curious about this. I really dislike when people take pictures of themselves at the gym, then okay, gotcha. Okay, gym pics. So it's like a mixture of thirst pics and people just posting themselves being like, look at me working out and being cool looking and super attractive in the gym in my gym clothes, which is odd, but sure, if that's your thing. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I need Ghostly. I need you all to keep me up on this stuff. I've abandoned so much social media to the point where all I do is follow art accounts on Instagram, and I just see like old art, all the like paintings. That's like all I see, or like animal videos. Like I don't know. The whole culture around it is so far beyond me. I don't know what people, particularly them youngin' folk, are up to these days. Jim, that is weird. Isn't there shouldn't there be like safety issues about posting at the gym? I don't think you're allowed to take video or pictures at the gym, I thought. Or I'm just feeling a lot better about the fact that I never go to a gym because I do not want to be in anyone's picture. I do not need anybody taking pictures of me at the gym. I'm never going to a gym again. I never really went to begin with. I found other places to exercise, but I'm not going to the gym if people are taking pictures of themselves. I do not want to be in the background. I don't want to be seen. I don't want people to look at me. I still remember the panic of not knowing if my floppy would survive the anti-theft detectors when entering the computer lab at school. Yes, I do remember that. Yep. Yes. The good old days, the days of floppy disks and like and trying to crack them, which it oddly wasn't hard, but I don't know. Teachers, that's what they were so behind the curve with technology. Like kids were running circles around them tech wise so often when they were like trying to figure out how Netscape worked, and we would already be like on like newgrounds.com playing flash games and they had no clue what was happening. um my favorite excerpt from tonight is, the gym is not a brick wall in Nashville. Take your poorly posed photo shoots elsewhere. I mean, about 5-6 years ago, Ghostly, we used to joke. We used to just be like, there's an influencer. There's another, or like, there's a, did we call them influencers? I can't remember. It was like social media people. Just or no, it was anytime people would do like setups for their Instagram photos, would just be like, because we're in LA, we'd just be like, you're not a model. You're not a model. This is not how models work. You just see so many people doing it all the time out here. But I guess now it's moved into the gym. Valid, it's been a problem lately. Yep, that's disturbing. I never used a flappy disk. What about them flappy disk? Always wanted to try, though. Give it time, Ghostly. Lots of times technology has a weird way of circling back around. So, like a novelty thing, like kind of how like Nintendo re-released those like NES and SNES like little all-in-one game package things. So I wouldn't be shocked if somewhere down the line some sort of like retro floppy disk thing shows up. I used to put art on floppy disk. Like I would do things in school on MS Paint and save it onto a floppy disk and then go home. Usually weird versions of me trying to draw like Gladiators, because Gladiator had come out at the time and I was super into like, gladiators fighting. And it was always very bloody because I was a teenage boy. Let's see. They're not great. No, they're not. Floppy disks are terrible. Very handy as a fidget toy, though. Yes. Floppy disk coasters or something of the kind. Yeah. Oh, you'll 100% get that. All right. Yep. Oh, God. That probably already is a coaster in some weird, like, tech bro's house who's just like, remember the good old analog days? All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and get rolling on our next sprint. I'm actually going to run to the restroom at the beginning of this sprint because I forgot to do it last time. But that's fine. But everybody else, back to work. Back to work, all of you. An LTS tape drive with a comparable speed. Hard drive would be sweet. That would be. They're going to do that, Opresoria. That'll happen. That'll 100% happen. Everybody has nostalgia for the past that either they don't remember or barely remember before they figure out how terrible it actually was. Like the 80s. Back to work, everybody. All right. And away we go. Happy writing, everybody. Nope. And there we go. Another sprint down. I hope it was productive for everybody. Huzzah! The writing was good. The relaxing was good. The working was good. 2 thumbs up for 2 successful sprints. And Blue Moon Kraken, welcome in. Welcome in, and thanks for the follow. The if you can tell, it's Pair to Twilight. We do screenplays and all that cool stuff here, but it sounds like you've got all the ideas set to send you on your journey. I mean, you're already more than halfway done with your first novel, which is awesome. Rawr, huzzah! Yes, that's the spirit. That is the spirit you need to tackle these things for sure. You can't let them wear you down. You've got it. Stay excited. Stay passionate about it. We have finished day 927. Ghostly, good lord, 927 days you have written in a row. It is supreme. you have ascended at some point. Yeah. Ghostly is the inspiration corner for all of us. I like hurting. That dedication, yes. Ghostly's just like the pain, but you work through it. It's you are an inspiration to us all, Ghostly. As long as, please don't hurt yourself. Please do not hurt yourself. But we all look up to you because you are that energy and that gusto. Yes, that is what doesn't kill you simply makes you stronger. That is that's a quote from our good old friend Friedrich Nietzsche, who also said, if you stare too long into the abyss also stares back into you, which I do worry might happen to Ghostly. No, that was the Joker. My bad. I'm sorry, Ghostly. I'm sorry I mixed up Friedrich Nietzsche with the Joker. Yes. Although the Joker probably would do a lot of Nietzsche quotes. I wouldn't be shocked by that fact at all. But Ghostly is a celestial eldritch god prince now with all that, right? Yeah, Ghostly is an eldritch, definitely a ascended deity of some kind. I make the abyss blink. See, that's what we need. That's that mentality, that fight, man. Just, oh no, the abyss better look away because it has to blink once it's face to face with Ghostly. All right. What do we got going on here? Let's bring the music down just a hair. Oh, man, westerns are hard. It's a hard thing. I always try to, if I'm gonna do a weird cross genre thing like this, I always try to examine the genre and kind of like what the core thematic tenets of the genre is, and it's like westerns obviously mythologize the West. As troublesome as that might be. And then a horror is, I guess horror does kind of create a mythology or a mythologizing around a thing, like The Shape from Halloween. Try to find where the genres meet up, kind of where the two circles cross, and then exploit that. And that's kind of, I think, what I'm still trying to figure out here. Kind of the attractive nature of a Western. Because it's like, when you think about horror Westerns, there's not many. There's like the Burrows. Or the Burrowers. That's like the only good horror Western I can think of at the moment. Oh, and maybe Ravenous. Ravenous is like I think it's called Ravenous, is a really good take on the Wendigo folktale. with that's a really good movie. Right. Ba, ba, ba. It's kind of funny. I started writing nearly 3 years ago so that I could tell people I have a hobby. It was just to tell people you could have a hobby. And since I've started, I avoid telling people in my day-to-day life, like one might avoid a root canal. You're just like, look, I did this just so people thought I had a hobby, and now it's a problem. It has become a problem. It has become a problem in my life. I do find the way that you take up hobby, the way that you approach things, Ghostly, is fascinating to me. You attack it with a sort of hyper literal, sort of like nuanced, like pretty like laser focused in, and you're just like, nope, that's happening. It's kind of the same way that you tackled the whole memorizing all the ranks in the Marine Corps, just to be like, yes, so I can impress the cute boy with all this, or the cute Marine with all this. That's the fine art of OCD, my friend. Yeah, it's fascinating to me. It's just at least your level of OCD is deeply compelling, also inspirational in a way. I have a problem. I have a problem. I have not told any of my family that I'm writing a book yet. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to... Well, because it depends on how your family is and how they might react to any of that. You never know. Unless, Ghostly, what you think is a problem is actually your superpower, which is probably true and what it is. Because your level of dedication is absolutely, at this point, a superpower. But yeah, I think it's hard with family sometimes to tell them kind of open that up and be comfortable. Because I don't know, like if I told my dad when I was in high school that I'm writing screenplays or movies or something like that, they'd kind of be like, well, why? That's kind of pointless. You're not gonna do it, I mean, I'm not saying that your family would be that negative toward it, but sometimes it can be like I just do this quietly on the side, and I don't want to draw attention to it. It's nerve-wracking to tell them about massive creative. Yeah. It always is. I tend to try to keep mine. Well, I did for a long time keep mine pretty quiet until I started doing this on stream, which was actually kind of a way to get over that, to just let it all sit out there. If anybody ever wanted to be able to read all the terrible ideas and all the spelling errors and all the nonsense up on screen, if they ever really wanted to, it kind of helped me get over that hump a little bit. Just see how dirty and muddy and gross it is. None of it's clean. None of this is clean. None of it's perfect, and it's a long process, no matter how long you've been doing it. That's only when I want to do something. My education was a train wreck because I wasn't interested. Yeah, me too, Ghostly. I had a real big problem with that. I had a very big problem with that. I got A's in all the classes I was really, really, really interested in. I failed pretty much every single one I wasn't, and it's a problem. It was a problem. It caused problems. Caused a lot of problems in my youth. Right. Yep, it's true. That's awesome. Twilight. Comfort is for quitter. Yeah, in a way. Hey, I'll tell you what, if you try to go make movies, I mean, any artistic endeavor takes you outside of your comfort zone, but then you take the writing, and then you have people examine, if you're writing a screenplay, they examine your writing and they tear it apart by an entire army of people. And then when you're directing the thing, then you have that entire army of people looking at you, being like, what are we doing? What do we do? And you've got to be able to answer that, even though the secret is you have no fucking clue what you're doing. You have no idea. You are winging. You have a theory. You have a concept, and then maybe if you have millions of dollars, you know what you're doing. Maybe that's what all those super famous people can do, but I don't. It's kind of man, it's a crapshoot sometimes. You're trying to make it work, and you got a lot of people looking at you expecting you to make it work. But it's like that with any artistic endeavor. Yep. I think the thing you said was interesting about me is just the fact that I'm an obsessive masochistic lunatic. Well, I am of the theory that all artists, to a degree, are anyone who's creative, from art to writing to poetry to filmmaking to video game design, and any of it. I have a feeling that there is, to a degree, they're all masochists in a way. I remember listening to a screenwriter who said that screenwriters, and writers specifically, were the most what did they say? They had a great word for it, but they were the most narcissistic self-deprecators imaginable, because there's the compelling, like, I have to, that it's like, you have to get this idea down. This idea, it's great, and people will love it, and they'll love it. And then if someone says, oh, well, that wasn't really my thing, you're like, I knew it. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. So you're just a bunch of self-deprecating narcissists in a way, and not narcissists in the terrible way, in the psychological way. More like just you're compelled to do it and share with people. People who leave their souls to bleed for strangers sure don't like feeling comfy. That's true. That's what people. I try to remind people that even bad art. I always keep this in mind with movies, particularly movies that I don't like, or that I think fail, or books I don't like, or whatever art I come across, is you have to remember that someone is bleeding to make it. So it's, even if it doesn't work for you, it's always, an artist is always just, tearing themselves open for you to just gape at. So, be gentle and be kind as much as you can. Because kindness is cool. It's been a philosophy of mine for a long time. That's why I was probably a really bad punk rock delinquent as a kid. I think that also actually won me points with my teachers, though. I don't know if this is your experience as well, Ghostly, because I know that you said that you were a military dependent at one point. But my dad, my grandparents were military. My dad was a terrible military person, by the way. He was absolutely the worst person you can imagine being in the military. All my anti-authoritarian, anti-authority streak came from him. So just the worst people. But they have a very, very rigid, particular idea of how you're supposed to handle school, and I did not do well in that environment. So there was a lot of tension with the military side of my family, and my father too, who was just like, I don't understand why you can't just do it. And I'm just like, I'm insane. My brain's on fire. I don't know. That kind of shit. I can't wait till I reach 1,000 days. I'm gonna roll up here like a big shot. Ghostly, you are a big shot. Ghostly, you are a big shot, so you are good. You're already there. But when you roll up to 1,000, we will celebrate. We will do a whole celebration for you, Ghostly, because that is a milestone unparalleled. I literally know. I don't think I know anybody who's done that. So there you go. Oh no, you're already a big shot, Ghostly. You're already there. It's too late. Nope. You're already there. You're already there. I mean, come on, you already talked about your rad road, what I would call a road movie fantasy like story, which just sounds cool as hell. So you're already there. You are already on that journey, my friend. Already there. My parents are pretty hippie-like, so I am blessed. Well, that's good. That is good that you've got the hippie parents, because that's how my mother is on the hippie side. My mom was the flower child. My dad was my dad was like a weird 60s rat. I don't know. He had no business being in the army. I just do not understand it. Oh, I'll bust out the bourbon rum shots for 1,000 days. Hey, that's That is true. That's it's very very pirate of you. You need receipts to back up them claims. There's no proof that I am good. Well, you got to finish your epic road story so we can all read it. I mean, I still have your chapter, and I'm gonna read that, and I'm gonna let you know, Ghostly, that at least the first little bit I read, it's pretty solid. So once I finish that chapter, I'm pretty sure you've already got receipts to back that up. Celebrate when my book solves world hunger. Um, I am with. I'll take the stance. Celebrate when my book solves world hunger. Uh, yeah, that's. I mean, that's the trick. That is the. You could still be a big shot, Ghostly. You can still be a big shot. Um, and not solve world hunger. Unless you want to be a scientist. If you want to be a scientist, then go for it. But you know, we'll be big shots in the art land, in the creative land, not in the solving. And you know what? Remember that art oftentimes inspires those people who do things like that, who do like the crazy things. Like always remember how many scientists were inspired by Star Trek, and that's a work of art. Or you know Isaac Asimov or some of these titans of science fiction, and some of these people really do. They oftentimes go back to the arts when they talk about what gave them an idea or inspired them or something like that. I like all things that tie to the tangible. You might surprise yourself. You know, I don't know. I haven't read it, but once I do, Ghostly, I bet you more things tie to the tangible and the real than you're going to give credit for. Oftentimes it's subconscious and we don't even realize we're doing it, but oftentimes we're writing about real things. Even though we play fantasy. But I might be wrong. But I'm gonna subscribe to that theory until I'm proven wrong. All right. Okay, everybody. I think it is time for another sprint, so it's time to get back to work, everybody. That first chapter was the short mystery story. Yes, I know that. Yes, I do know that that is your cool whodunit, the whodunit that you told me about. So, not the fantasy road trip. Yep. No. I'm waiting. I am waiting. I'm eagerly anticipating the day that I get to read the fantasy road trip story. Well, an epic tome, I should say, because it is a big book. Okay, didn't want to disappoint. No. I know, particularly because I read the first part of it. I know it's your whodunit. But what I first started, I liked a lot. So once I get back and finished it, I'll get back to you, Ghostly, and I'll give you my feedback. All right, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and get back to work, and take ourselves away on another writing sprint. So happy writing, everybody, and away we go. I'll call you when I sell the movie. It's perfect. Alrighty. And there we go. Another writing sprint down. Number 3. Hey, the real salties, welcome in. Oh, we're doing alright. We're just doing research and spitballing ideas. 3 thumbs up for 3 successful sprints. Go ahead and start the break timer here. Not too shabby. I have awoken again. That's good. I know you're exhausted, Opera Soria. That's fine. The real salties, we're doing great. Good news. Liz will be live on Wednesday. Oh, great, fantastic. Yeah, I noticed that they haven't been on that much recently, so that might also be as far as the writers' strike, because I know some people are affected by that more than others. Opera Soria lives. But anyway, I hope that vacation, that makes sense. It's a good time to take a vacation. Not like a lot's happening. Screenwriting wise out here, at least in terms of selling stuff. That's great. I hope the Arrow script helps you out a little bit, or was a good reference for you just while you were looking for references. I'm gonna be posting more scripts, just interesting, unique scripts that I find in the Discord, like some feature film scripts and some things like that. So there'll be more resources later this week, if you're looking for more scripts to go through and read, the real salties. Yes, Opera Soria is alive, and Ghostly is once again commanding all writing to do their bidding. So well done. Commanding all the writing to do their bidding. Do you know how I can sell my scripts? Well, right now I would not right now you can't. Well, you can, but you'd technically be scabbing, and that's you don't want to sell a script during a writer's strike. Because then you'd be scabbing. So if you ever did get into or have the opportunity to be into the writing guild, you wouldn't get into the writing guild, essentially, which would bar you from actually probably being able to sell scripts to like major studios. But selling scripts is the hard thing, right? That's there's a lot of the writer's strike is my thing. So screenwriters are on strike right now because of contract negotiations with the studios. So if you just Google the writer's strike, it's the Screenwriting Guild is on strike. So no one's selling screenplays right now, while the Writing Guild and the studios hammer out a new contract, if they will. They will eventually, but I don't know how you people read the scripts. I tried writing and reading, and I just can't wrap my head around the format. Oh, yeah, it's a tricky one. Well, it's highly technical. That's the problem, is a screenplay is really, really, really technical. It's a visual document. It's a blueprint for a narrative, and it's not, for some reason, I've tried to break down why it doesn't feel like a play, where you can sit down and read a play and kind of have an experience with the play, and it's almost like literature in a way. You can kind of see the play, see how it's, read Shakespeare, you get it. But a screenplay is so, like, it's a technical form. It's like trying to both be Apollonian in terms of it has to be hyper logic and rigid and about camera and placement and where a thing's located, and like Dionysian, which is, the creative style. The idea of trying to make it like read and flow and feel like a narrative. I just can't see it. I read scripts and it feels like homework. It's genius. I just can't handle it. Yeah, it's part of a thing. That's the hard thing about it. It's not like a book where the book is the thing. The book is in of itself the artistic thing. A screenplay is a part of a thing that is intending to be made. So it is a tricky document. It's not an intuitive thing. You people are the real wizards. I don't know about that. Making the movie is the wizardry. That's the, where you get to play with time and space and, it's all smoke and mirrors and magic. I guess there's a little bit of that. There's an alchemy to screenplay, but there's an alchemy to narrative writing, books and things like that too. So there's an alchemy, there's a wizardry to all writing. Liz is making a screenplay. I don't remember the genre. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Liz does, but it's like Friends. Yeah, so it's a sitcom. It's like a comedy sitcom. It would be the genre, and I believe that's what Liz tends to write, is television sitcoms. But selling a script is really, it's really hard, because it's, you essentially what you do is you just write a bunch and then you submit to there's a lot of screenwriting competitions. There's the Nickel Fellowship. Usually the screenplays that do really well in the Nickel Fellowship at least get seen by managers, and you're probably going to want your stuff to be read by a manager before it's ever going to get in front of a producer. If that's what your goal is. If your goal is to specifically and exclusively write a screenplay, you're going to want it to get in front of a manager and agents, and then eventually they'll be the ones who try to get your script in front of producers. Usually you don't do that part. You can, but it's difficult. Usually it's that. And then you sometimes have to be good at pitching. That's a huge thing. So it's not just about writing the script. You actually have to go into the room and pitch the movie. It's also why a lot of the people I know who are successful screenwriters are also actors, because their pitching is kind of a performance. It's kind of like acting. That you don't necessarily have to be good at that. Lots of times you can just be good in the room. I got into the Warner Brothers writing room because I wrote a South Park spec years ago, and it got me, and that was a competition, and they rated me high, so I essentially got called in, got to go to Warner Brothers and meet with people and see what it was like to be in the writer's room. And so that's another way that you might not sell a script, but you'll be hired on as a writer, and then eventually that'll get you in front of producers and showrunners, and then you can write. You can write and then sell your own scripts that way, because you'll know people and people will be interested in reading your stuff. Ghostly. I was in a screenwriting class and we had to write a 5-page screenplay. I totally failed the format, but the hook was pretty neat. Oh, what was your hook? What was the hook? Ghostly. I mean, you wrote your YouTube video. That's like a script. It's kind of, it's different. The structure is probably different than that, but you technically have written a script. You figured it out, how to write your VO and your narration, and then went in editorial. You may not have written it exclusively, but putting video over your narration, that's halfway there to a script. I am very curious to see what your hook was for your 5-page screenplay. The Real Salties. Now, can I write a script and make an animation and put it on YouTube? Of course. Yeah, of course you can. If you write a script and then animate it, or find someone, hire animators to then animate the script, you'll probably want to get, unless you want to direct the animation, you'll get an animation director, and there's there's a big long process. So it depends how much you want to do. If you want to write it and direct it and then hire people to help you direct it, or if you want to just write it and then see if you can find people that will make it. And there's both. There's a lot of crossover there. That's so cool. Oh, the Warner Brothers thing? Yeah, that was my peak. That's when a lot of people got mad at me and told me that I had blown my shot at being a working writer in LA when I walked away from that. But I realized being in a writer's room, I wanted to direct eventually, and being in a writer's room is 80 hours a week writing for other people, and it wasn't my jam. So I took the harder road, and believe me, it has been a harder road. But it was validating. It was validating to know that I could write a short animated comedy script and get into Warner Brothers. At least get into the room to talk to people. So it was a somewhat validating experience. All right, we got 30 seconds left. I'm gonna stretch really quick because I'm old. And I was writing earlier today, so I've been sitting in my... I'm like walking 5 to 7 miles a day on the picket lines in the morning, and now I'm like, I come and sit down and I'm all sore. Ugh. No matter how much you try to stay in shape, I need to start doing yoga or something. You know, like stretch. Bop, bop. All right. That is it, and it's about time for us to start our next sprint. Sprint number 4, everybody. Let's get back to work. All right. Salute. We'll see you on the other side, everybody. I hope it's a good sprint and you get plenty of writing done. We'll see you there. And away we go. Ooh. Oh, and there we go. Another sprint down. Woo! I hope it was a good one for everybody out there. Oh, 4 rotten sprints. Gotta stretch. Ooh. All right. Okay, we got at least one more tonight. One more in me tonight. We will see if we can get to 2. We'll see. See how long it wants to be before I have to go make dinner and actually eat food. Oh, man. It's a lot. It's a lot of sitting time, everybody. All right. Ba-ba-ba. See here. What do we have? Oh. Turn the music down a little bit. What happened to the haunted house story? Oh, we finished that one. I finished that on Friday, so I finished that first draft. And so that is technically done, so we're just going to let that percolate. It's going to need a rewrite. It's at 99 pages right now, and I need to get it to about 85. That's amazing. Yeah, we pretty fast. Pretty fast. Keep in mind it's not novel pages, so I if you actually did by word count, it was probably only like 15,000 words. So not too many words, but it's a feature film. So thank you so much. Yeah, it felt good. It felt good to kind of knock that out pretty quickly. But now I've got to go back and get into the nitty gritty and start analyzing the subtext of every scene, make sure everything makes sense. I remember what. Yep. Yeah, that's the first project that I have. That was that was your very first stream. It was. That was the first project that I did from conception to finishing the draft on stream. I had done some pre-writing earlier last year on stream, but that was that little haunted house movie was the first one that I had done from the beginning to now, at least the end of the first draft. We talked about how Jared Leto was a freak. Good times. Yep. And boy, was Jared Leto a freak. Someone actually just sent me a weird little video. I assume it was from the internet, where Jared Leto is pretending to be a cat and living in someone's house, and it was really weird. But it also sounds like something Jared Leto would do. Good times. Back in the old days, Ghostly. Back in the olden days. Did I see what he did at the Met Gala? I did not. Hold on. What insane bullshit did Jared Leto do at how he wore a fursuit? Oh, okay. That's like, was he? Oh, so he wore a cat suit. Oh, so maybe that's why they sent me the cat thing with him pretending to be a cat in a person's house. Like, okay. All right. Oh yeah. No, so this is the same cat suit that's in the video that they sent me. So clearly this is his thing now. He's a cat. He's dressing up as a cat. Oh boy. Of course. Of course that's what's happening. Like, what? Why? Is he trying to like make fun of furries, or is this just like a thing that he wants to do? Is this his life? Is this what? Hello, princess. Hello. Okay. Oh my God, you were just attacking the microphone. What is it? Yep. Nope. There he is. There he's doing his thing. Okay. All right. Oh, fussy princess. Oh. I wore a catsuit once, 10 out of 10 would wear again in public. I thought your cat was Jared Leto. Oh, like a video? Oh, no. That is just my princess screaming into the microphone, because that's what she does. That was terrifying. Like somehow Jared Leto is reaching out through Nightmare Pictures and just meowing. That is disturbing. Yeah, why? I just don't get it. Like, what's the point? Was there another person doing? Man, I mean, I'll give Lil Nas X, man. Like Lil Nas X always got great crazy shit going on. That armor outfit that Lil Nas X wore last year was pretty rad. But yeah, I don't like why the cat. Why Jared Leto? Just go home. Go. You're drunk. I think someone who loves him needs to reach out to a psychological help place for him. Yeah, maybe. Hopefully not as, yeah. I think, you know what, I don't even think he needs help. I think he's just pretentious. That's it. I don't think it's like one of those, what's that actor's name? The one in The Flash that clearly does have psychological problems. That person needs, like, care and help and hoping that they get better. I think Jared Leto is just a pretentious freak. Ezra, that's right. Ezra Miller. Thank you, Apersoria. It absolutely is Ezra Miller. Yeah, Ezra Miller absolutely has like some stuff going on that they need help. So I hope that they get it and it's all good. Oh my God, what? You're fine, child. Yeah, she really wants to. It's like she could just lay down on my lap. She's allowed to. But she just needs to scream at me. I don't know what happened with him, and prefer not to. Yeah, he's just clearly an unstable person. It's extra weird too, given the fact that Ezra Miller kind of made their career playing unstable people. So it's one of those sad, like, life imitates art kind of things. But oh yes, the wild world of Hollywood. That is sad. It is definitely sad. Oh, all right, you need to settle and not scream into the microphone. Yeah. Every time I talk about Jared Leto, I just lament the fact that David Bowie was supposed to be Wallace in Blade Runner 2049 and then died of cancer, and we got Jared Leto. I'm screwed if my life imitates my art. Yeah, well, I feel like most fantasy writers, if you're writing any kind of like magical realism or fantasy, most writers are going to be screwed if particularly the more fantastic elements, and the ones that pull from their life are definitely going over the top. So I think you'll be okay, Ghostly, for the most part, unless you do decide to take a crazy road trip and some wild stuff starts happening. Then you can narrow your eyes and be like, those poor dystopian peeps. Yeah, you just narrow your eyes and be like, wait a minute, this all is kind of familiar. It's there's an actual really. You're fine. There's a horror movie called I know you tend to not watch modern horror movies, Ghostly, but there's one called The Mouth of Madness, where it's kind of clearly inspired by like Stephen King, Dean Koontz novels, where this detective is hired to go track down this crazy horror writer who's very prolific, like Stephen King or Dean Koontz, and he ends up like. As he's like trying to find this guy, he goes to this small town and realizes he's in one of this guy's books, and starts to like everything gets really meta and crazy, and he's like, and the writer's just like, no, you're in one of my books, and like actually you're the voice by which these ancient gods are gonna come back. It's a really fun. It's called The Mouth of Madness. Here, I'll bring it up on my thing here really quick. You're fine. I realize so much about how much of my own psyche I put in my characters upon reread. It's kind of freaky. Yep, you will come to realize that. You will come to realize that quite a bit, Ghostly. I definitely write a bunch of stuff and go back and read it, and I'm like, oh, that I was clearly writing about this thing that was going on in my life, or that thing. Let's see here. Yes, it's In the Mouth of Madness. Let's do. I'm trying to find like a good. There you go. It's a very. Oh, it's a John Carpenter movie. So if you ever end up in the mood for a pretty, it's got some good laughs too. It's got some solid like comedic moments that I highly recommend for. Oh my God, Gad, you're fine. But yeah, In the Mouth of Madness. You might even be able to find it on. It's pretty common to be able to find on streaming. So, it's got Sam Neill in it. So, and he's a great actor. Jurassic Park, Sam Neill. No, not quite. Not quite like Vampire's Kiss. It's more it's kind of like mostly horror with a little bit of cheeky, wry, cynical humor. Let's see. But writing is legit therapy with the subconscious, 100%. That's what it is. That's the bleeding on the page part. That is, you are absolutely doing. You are absolutely just, your subconscious is bleeding out through a story you're telling yourself because you're actually just going through some stuff. And at least that's what I think. Neat. I might have to check out. Yeah. I recommend it. So if you ever get a chance, I would check out The Mouth of Madness. It's also very 90s. It's got so in that way it is like Vampire's Kiss. It's got like 90s vibes. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, everybody. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and do at least one more sprint. We might do another one after. I'm not sure yet. Depends how hungry I am. Let's see. Just don't look at my poetry folder. Oh man, yeah, no. I write poetry for me. Thank you very much. Nobody looks at my poetry. That is. I started writing poetry. I will die writing poetry, but no one gets to read my poetry. That is for me and me alone. Alrighty, everybody. Another writing sprint to go. I hope it's a good one and a productive one. And you all have a productive 30 minutes. And away we go. See you on the other side. I'm going delusion, so I think it might... I'm going delusion, so I think it might be sleep time now. Good night. Oh, good night, Ghostly. Have a great night. Get some sleep. Rest up. It is always a pleasure having you. Love having you in here. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. And yeah, rest up. You did all the hard work. Go recoup. All right. Let's timer it away. And there we go. That's that. Number 5? Breading sprint number 5, I believe. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Well done, everybody who was working along. I think I might have to go eat. I think I need food for the evening, so I might end up calling it there. How many people do we have? It's 11:30. Yeah, that tracks. And I had to get up early. Yeah. So probably. Is it one viewer? I'm pretty sure it's just you, Opera Sorry. I think it's just you and me tonight, wrapping it up. Let's see. When I look at writer, Coffee's on. Coffee's on late. Coffee must have. Oh, and Tort. Okay. Oh, yeah. I don't think it counts Tort in my initial view count, so I think it's just counting you. Tort spelled wrong, but there. Oh man, if there was more people on tonight, this would have been like a prime time to raid Coffee. Oh yeah. I do see the part 2. This would have been I wish I had a few more people. Then I could have like raided Coffee with a few people, because it's just you and I'm gonna get off to go make food. Damn. Well, maybe next time we get a few people. If we have a few more people on, and it's okay. I know. I've always wanted an excuse to raid Coffee with people, because they've raided me a couple times. Yeah, try over the weekend. That's good. That's a good point. Just stream early and then wrap up early so I can raid Coffee. Okay. Yep, I think we're gonna call it tonight then. And yep. And I think that's it. So I hope everybody has a good night and a good night and a pleasant morrow. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, same time, 7. Well, I say 7. It usually winds up being about 7:30, but I don't have to march tomorrow or go on a picket line, so maybe I'll actually start early. And yeah, we'll see everybody tomorrow night. All right, everybody, have a great night, and we'll see you all later. Adios.